is a Dutch player who is racking up the gold medals alongside De Groot, the quad gold medalist, as we hear from Thea Finke, who is going to be in the chair today. I'd say without further ado, but there is one last moment. So the toss was won by Kamiji, and she has elected to receive. Not
abnormal in any way for any player to do that, especially in the wheelchair world. It's actually a little bit easier to break than it is to hold, and we'll go through the reasons why in a few minutes as we start talking through the match.
Lefty versus righty. It's the #1 and the #2 in the world. We've been saying they've met on 62 occasions already. 3/4 of those won by De Groot. The fact that she's beaten De Groot 16 times, well, that's, I know it's not, it's a lot of them were back in the day, as it were, but it's still, you know, the confidence will be there. Defeating her as well in Roehampton, so in their most recent meeting. And defeating De Groot in the doubles as well. That's perhaps
That's probably more meaningful and significant, quite honestly. I think De Groot would have been probably a little disappointed with the play yesterday, so that might get into her head a little bit more than the grass court tournament in Roehampton. De Groot's serve sometimes can let her down. She can go through a couple service games with throwing in the double faults. You will see her attack more. You're going to see Kamiji defend. She will come. She has, as I said, she's changed her style though. She will come forwards when she can.
Will be an opposition of styles, yes. De Groot, as you can see at the top of your screen, sitting a lot taller in her chair.
Brings up a good point. The chairs, they're specifically designed for each player's needs. So you see De Groot standing up, sitting up a little bit taller, as you said. The players do strap themselves in across the waist, across the knees usually, or the thighs, and then the feet. They try and become one with the chair. A lot goes into making the chair better for them. They're always tweaking the chair, just like they're tweaking their ground strokes and their speed and the strength. They're tweaking the chairs to get the most out of their chairs. So you'll see De Groot, as she is able to stand up and walk, she has a little bit more core strength, so she doesn't have to have the back support like Kamiji does. But Kamiji is super, super fast. She will get to a lot of balls, and De Groot will come forward and try and take the ball early. De Groot does not want to stay in too many long rallies with Kamiji.
5-minute warm-up, as is customary in all forms of tennis. And the warm-up counts as 2 games in terms of changing the balls. So we will change the balls after 7 games as opposed to 9. This is the path that Kamiji had through to the final. So pushed a little bit by Xenia Chateau in the second round, and then in particular there against Annick van Coot, who is the doubles partner of Didier De Groot. So it was a 3-setter there. Took a fair bit out of her.
Yes, Kamiji's been on the court just about an hour and a half more than De Groot. Not that that's going to make too much difference through 8 days of play. They've both gotten enough rest, so they're going to both be fine as far as times on the court's concerned.
Yes, Kamiji been out 5 hours and 25 minutes in total in the singles, as opposed to 4 hours more or less on the dot for de Groot. And in particular, it was a 2-hour semi-final against Van Cote. Battle of the lefties, and it was 6-love, 4-6, 6-4 in the end that Kamiji managed to get through. De Groot, as we look at the tall service action that she has. 6-1, 6-love in the first round against Katarina Kruger. 6-love, 6-love, a double bagel against Mayan Zikri, and then pushed by Guo Luoyao. 7-6, a tiebreaker in the quarterfinal, 7-6, 6-3. That took an hour and 40 minutes, and then an easier time of it in the semi-finals against Wang Zhiying, 6-2, 6-1.
90 titres à son actif, dont 23 titres du Grand Chelem. Elle avait été aussi 9 fois championne du monde par équipe.
Then obviously the doubles final that they had, that they've also got, that will take a fair bit out of them, and it was Kamiji and her partner Tanaka Manami who ended up creeping through in that one. That was a long one, an epic, and it went to a match tiebreaker, and it was the number 2 seeds Kamiji and Tanaka who defeated the number 1 seeds de Groot and Van Cote. So maybe a little bit of revenge in the air for de Groot. The defending champion, a rematch from Tokyo 2020, which was of course just 3 years ago at the Yoyogi Arena. 6-3, 7-6, that final. So as we have a look at Niels Fink, the men's quad singles champion. 3 tie-break sets, 3 full value sets. If we do go to a third set, then it will be a full-length third set. The tiebreakers will be first to 7, 2 points clear throughout.
If you're watching wheelchair tennis for the first time, the only rule difference that you'll notice straight away is that the players do get 2 bounces. Obviously, the first bounce has to land in the court, otherwise you don't need the second bounce because you've won the point. But you will see the 2 bounces used if needed, just for timing and for the pace, but a lot of times they won't use them, they'll just take the 1 bounce.
A lot of time fans in the stadium almost forget that you're allowed 2 bounces because the top players, and we are watching the top players here, take it on the first bounce. And fans will forget after 5 or 10 minutes of not seeing a second bounce, and they'll start gasping and start applauding and thinking, oh no, hang on, there's a second bounce allowed. So we are about to get the women's singles final in wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024 underway. De Groot to serve. First blood to Kamiji, and as you can hear, there are line judges out there, so no electronic line calling. So yeah, Finke may well come down from the chair every so often just to point out a mark if necessary. How about that? That sat up nicely. Second service, just 115 kilometers per hour, but cross court straight into the corner.
It's really important for de Groot coming out not to get into her mind, which she can do with her serve. So I like the fact that she's taking a little bit off, putting the first serves in, even though she's 30-15 down. No free points yet for Kamiji.
No free points. She's being made to work for them, but she's doing very well in working for them, and we have 2 break points already for the number 2 seed. It goes long. She only needs the one, so it's a break of service to open. Kamiji takes the first game.
Kamiji did really well in that game when she had the opportunity, putting de Groot under pressure, not going for winners and big shots, but just going for heavy topspin and putting de Groot under pressure. And de Groot does not want to get into too many long rallies, because Kamiji, that's really where her strength is. A lot of times we look at players and say, oh, they've got a big serve, they've got a big forehand, and sometimes we forget that consistency and speed is also a weapon, which is what Kamiji has.
Yes, she'll be buzzing around that baseline, retrieving almost every ball. Unforced error there from de Groot. You can see Kamiji way back. So obviously she was serving from the baseline, and then after that retreated, was allowing the two bounces. And she was way back behind the baseline.
That's typical de Groot right there, looking to use that forehand as much as she can. Good topspin, good heavy topspin, and that's where she's going to put a lot of pressure on Kamiji if Kamiji doesn't get the ball deep enough.
It's often said that the third shot in any rally is the most important one, so after the service return, and perfect placement there by Kamiji. Picked it up nicely on the half volley.
Kamiji starting both these last points more off-center, out to the side. Slightly interesting move. Not necessarily on the left side, because that means she's going to go out wide for the slice, which she did, but definitely on the deuce side. Interestingly enough, the down-the-line return is so imperatively important in wheelchair tennis. Like you said, that third ball, but a lot of times they're not able to get to that third ball because after they serve, they cannot recover quick enough. And de Groot is actually going back to the same side that Kamiji's on, and she's made a mistake, and she allowed Kamiji to hit that winner.
Beautiful, and after a break to 15, it's a hold to 15. It was a good second service, and then excellent backhand down the line there.
Yeah, but de Groot, again, hitting that return right to her instead of going down the line, like a higher, deeper ball down the line. So interesting that she's gone with that strategy for the first return game.
Thank you.
Matsumoto Kenji is the coach for Kamiji. So de Groot finds herself under a little bit of pressure here. Love two down. That was a down the line for the win.
Great point from Kamiji, exactly where she wants de Groot to be, that far back in the baseline.
They're probably going to go down as unforced errors from de Groot, and there's been quite a few of them thus far in the early going, but they're being forced by Kamiji.
Yeah, it's interesting how the data uses forced errors and unforced errors. It's really someone's judgment on whether or not it was a good enough shot. Like that right there, unforced error didn't have a lot on it, had the ball right on a racket, should have been down as an unforced error, which it was. Beautiful play set up by the return of serve again from Kamiji.
See a lovely whipped backhand. There was the first one.
Then took the second bounce just because she needed more time to get around the ball to be able to hit the forehand and create the angle.
How about that for a service return? She's reading the service incredibly well at the moment.
Not only is she reading it well, she's executing it so well, and just her placement on the return of serve is near perfection.
Another break point. Forced to go big on the second service. It's a double fault and it's a double break. Kamiji leads 3 games to love.
Au tennis en fauteuil roulant, les joueurs disposent de fauteuils spécialement conçus pour eux. La balle peut rebondir jusqu'à 2 fois et le deuxième rebond peut aussi avoir lieu à l'extérieur du court.
Wheelchair tennis players have specially designed wheelchairs. The ball may bounce up to 2 times, but the second bounce may also take place outside of the court.
En 1982, la France est devenue le premier pays d'Europe à créer un programme de tennis en fauteuil roulant.
In 1982, France became the first country in Europe to create a wheelchair tennis program.
Two-minute break. 2-minute break for de Groot to try to clear her mind, you would say. She has been broken twice. Kamiji, the number 2 seed, leads 3 games to love.
That was a misjudged ball there from Kamiji. I'm still intrigued why de Groot is returning where she's returning. She's returning to the exact same side that Kamiji's serving from, and probably needs to think about that and start going down the line on some returns.
I don't think she could quite hear you.
I don't think she could.
Say it a bit louder.
I don't know. Again, Kamiji's doing obviously a good job with her serve. It's a good serve, but that ball's just returns landing inside the service box, and she's not having to move. She's able to literally stay where she's at after she's serving. A little bit lucky there to Groot. Same thing there, return, and Kamiji got away with it.
It can be a good ploy in any form of tennis, hitting the ball straight back at your opponent, so they've got to dig it out. They haven't got room to swing at the ball, but you need to do it with depth if you're going to do that.
That's a better return right there. Even though she only had to do 1 push, she really had to change direction.
2 break back points. And there we go. Only needs the one. down the line for the win, rather than straight back at Kamiji. De Groot finally takes the advice from the commentary box, and he's on the board.
De Groot can be very in her own mind a lot of times. Like, her coach has worked on that with her over the years, and she's worked on it. But it is a confidence issue. Yesterday in doubles as well, that was a hard match for her. And I don't know if they went out and hit a few balls afterwards. They probably should have done, but she needed to get that out of her game and out of her head. See how she's trying to stay positive with herself there. It's always the thing they've been working on as well. It's like, it's okay, I'm still there. Beautiful point.
Longest rally of the contest so far.
De Groot really setting it up with this forehand. And Kamiji did a great job there, but that's one of De Groot's finest shots, is being able to hit that down the line just with such good net clearance and the ball's hitting the ground and jumping.
Ball hitting the ground and jumping. Clay is the surface where topspin works the best. It's dusty, it's brick that has been crushed up. That's a lot of the surface, so particularly when it's warm and a little bit humid, then that upper layer of surface will grip the ball, and if it's spinning forward, then it spits up when it lands. Down the line for the win. It's the way to go.
You can see even the momentum swing after the confidence, and how the confidence helps. You're almost seeing a different De Groot now than we did in the first 3 games.
Double fault, she won't mind that too much. She's got another point for a hold. You never want to serve a double fault. That's her second of the match.
Coach Amanda Hotman's looking on. That's the problem. Yes, it wasn't a problem serving the double fault at that time, but again, that's the confidence that gets in her mind. She gets a double fault, and sometimes she lets that get to her even more, and then you'll see a few more double faults coming out.
Well, you can see that on the second service there. It almost hit the chair without bouncing. And she's got room to hit through that forehand. It's a thing of beauty.
She's done a much better job. Those are the shots there that she's really worked on, Kamiji, where she's really far back, but she's really accelerating the racket more and creating more options for herself from the defense to turn into offense.
Break points. Point for a 4-1 lead after De Groot was 40-15 up. goes long, and she does indeed get the break back. Kamiji, the number 2 seed, leads 4 games to 1. Victory belongs to the most stubborn. That's what that says there. It's actually translated on the other side of the stadium as the most tenacious. It's literally stubborn.
Kamiji's played nearly a perfect 5 games here so far, been really aggressive when she's needed to. Again, she's really improved when she's far back. Before, the ball just used to go up with not a lot of spin on it. There wasn't much happening the other side of the court, but now she's putting a lot more racket speed on those balls.
4-1 Kamiji.
Much better point from de Groot. If you see where they are on the court there, de Groot's closer to the baseline, Kamiji's further back, and that's what we need de Groot to be doing if she needs to get back into the first set, sorry.
You can see that it's a very big court here. There's real space behind the baseline on court Philippe Chatrier. That one was a shortish first service, sat up nicely and was asking to be dispatched. It's tenacious on that side of the station, on the stadium, stubborn on the other side.
I like tenacious better than stubborn. Going down the line there, but if you saw a chair before she even hit that ball, it was facing way to the left, so really hard to hit it when she's facing away from the ball.
Yes, trying to get inside out on it, which obviously is more difficult in a chair. Hitting an off forehand. The 4 stands in this main stadium, named after the 4 players who won the Davis Cup for France between 1927 and 1932.
That was a good return, a really important point here for de Groot. She was up 30-love and then 2 unforced errors. Then a good return.
Both players looking a little nervous on service.
Very nice. Notice that Kamiji, after she served, was going to the other side, and de Groot did a good job of seeing that and being able to adjust where she was going to return.
Great camera angle that we had to watch that return of service. It was a very short service, so dispatched by de Groot, and she gets a break back. She needs a hold, though. Very much needs a hold. came in there, did Kamiji. She was a long way back and then came towards the baseline, took that on the first bounce.
And she was just punishing Kamiji, de Groot's forehands there for 4 or 5 shots, and then took the opportunity to go down the line for the backhand. Really good forehand there. You notice in that rally too, de Groot, a lot of the balls she's hitting are through the baseline. So after the ball bounces, the first line it's crossing is the baseline. However, when she hits it through the singles line, so the first line it crosses is the singles line, she's opening up the court so much better, and that's when she plays her best, is when she can hit through the court, through the singles line, and open up the court.
Second serve.
Just out, so the service was just on the line, just in the service box. For a second service, it would have just clipped the line. Fortune favours the brave.
Thank you.
The issue with this as well is Kamiji's played so well in the first couple of games. Her problem is going to be keeping it up. She's got to keep being as aggressive as what she's being and keeping de Groot guessing where she's going, and that's going to be the difficult part for her.
No mistake this time from de Groot. She's 40-15 up, and this time she converts. Kamiji still leads 4-3. Kamiji.
It's been an unbelievable atmosphere here over the last 8 days, unlike any other tennis tournament these players have played in. A little louder, a little more music, a little more dancing.
I think the fans as well don't realise just how efficient wheelchair tennis players are. Standing tennis, you've got, in every form of tennis, you have a 25-second service clock, and 9 times out of 10 in standing tennis, then the full 25 seconds is taken, and the fans can have a bit of fun during that time. Not in wheelchair tennis. These players are into their service motion within 10 seconds every time. Kamiji came in, took that one almost on the half volley on the rise.
Kamiji doing a really good job of mixing that up, letting some of them back up on the second bounce and then coming forwards. Kamiji did really good to get out of that ball, that backhand, and taking this backhand here, and she's playing that with her back facing away from the court.
Really had to dig that one out. It was almost in between her wheels.
Groot just putting a little bit more on those balls as well when she's really far back in the court, and kind of feel her confidence coming back.
2 break points, this to make it 4-all. Beautiful, takes that one out of the air. Excellent slice, drop shot, and we are indeed level at 4-all.
This was beautiful. She read the drop shot really well. She didn't push in too much because she knew the higher ball was coming, and then able to just really open up the racket face, get under it, and realize where Kamiji was on the court, not have to go deep. Beautiful volley.
4 apiece, we're back level. But the wind is very much in the sails of Stade de Groot. Kamiji now being sent this way and that. It's good defensive tennis, but there's a limit to the amount of defense she can come up with.
That's okay, that was the right play. I mean, she was in total control of that rally. She was in the center of the court. Kamiji's over on the right side, on the left side, and then she misses it just a little bit wide, but that was a confident miss, if that makes sense. It wasn't a tight miss, so that's an okay miss.
Very much the right idea, not quite the right execution, but there we go. Follow it up with an ace down the tee at 131 kilometers per hour, and all is forgiven.
And that shows where her confidence is too. The last one that she missed, where you think it was a double fault, she comes up with another double fault. That's the confidence. There, she missed it, but then comes up with the ace after. Say that, and then she double faults.
Well, should we say it was a better double fault than the last one? That one just failed to clip the line at the back of the service box. The previous double fault almost landed in the lap of Kamiji. 30 all, though. And a good first service. So two good first services there from the juice court. The juice court, obviously, on the right-hand side. It's where you serve when it's juice. Left-hand side's the ad court, where you serve when it's advantage. So she's in the ad court now.
That's a beautiful backhand from so far back in the court, and Kamiji just able to get underneath it, take the pace off, and roll up and across the ball. If you notice the grip right there, she is using a extreme semi-western forehand grip. So she uses and pushes a forehand, and then she'll take the same side, she'll turn over a hand, and she'll come up the back of the ball, which is a reverse backhand.
A lot more confidence on the service from de Groot. Admittedly, we've seen a double fault, but that's, I think, more because she's going for her shots on service. And a point here for a lead for her, something she has not had in this set.
De Groot was in control of that point again, but then the last couple of balls just could not get it out of the middle and got Kamiji, even that one there, in control. She got to this one easily again through the middle of the court, and then it was Kamiji able to control the backhand down the line.
Yeah, de Groot just sending it straight down the middle, not enough depth. Not too much depth on that service.
Beautiful hands there, really got caught. It was a great return by Kamiji, but de Groot got caught, but was able just to take that ball off her body and just keep hands nice and soft.
4 all, we've been to a couple of juices. This first set has swung this way and that. Lost a little bit of patience there. Needed another rally ball. Back to juice yet again. She's serving really well from the ad court in this game. The juice court in this game.
Yeah, mixing it up. Took a little bit of pace off there. Went with the slice. Opening up the court.
Particularly against the left-hander. So once again, a point for a 5-4 lead for de Groot.
She just doesn't like that ad side, and Kamiji doesn't like the do side.
Who's going to blink first? That was a nervous rally.
Was both players just going right up the middle, not wanting to go for too much.
Much more like it from de Groot, and she finally seals this game and finally takes a lead in this first set, 5-4.
Having a quick conversation there with her coach was de Groot.
Coaching permitted throughout the match, as long as you're not putting the other player off. Now, Kamiji has been in front for the entire set, almost, and then all of a sudden she finds herself serving to stay in the set. 4-5 down. It was almost a well, it was a serve and volley from Kamiji. She found herself almost forced into it.
Good slice serve from Kamiji, put a little bit more onto it, into the body.
Not a lot on that service, and de Groot said, thank you very much. All the time in the world just to, and all the space in the world just to put it down the line. Even over the highest part of the net. Easy to get that up and over.
Nice play from Kamiji, taking that one on the rise.
Really different play there, buzzing around the baseline. Coming around to take it on the forehand. And then on the rise, inside out, perfect. 30 all. That's the way to do it. If it's going to sit up there, then into the opposite corner, and that sets up a break point, which is also a set point for de Groot. Just been called out. I was wondering if the chair umpire was going to come down and verify it, but no need. And so the break point is taken, and de Groot takes the opening set, coming from behind to take it 6-4 in 42 minutes. A set of two halves. Kamiji was 4-1 up, and then de Groot took that second set by the scruff of the neck.
Just out. You can see kind of all the clay come up around all areas of the ball there. This it doesn't really tell you too much here on the, it was really certain points and the important points where, as you said, tale of two sets where de Groot really struggled. De Groot really struggled in the first part of that set, but then really figured out her return of serves and her first serve in the second part of the set.
This is the first half of the set, obviously, when it was all Kamiji. She was picking her spots absolutely beautifully, and de Groot seemed to be hitting the ball exactly where Kamiji wanted it. Putting everything right in a wheel arch, either on forehand or backhand. And that was around the turning point. That was the de Groot who got a little bit more confidence and was in at the net there, and beautiful sliced backhand that died just over the net. She had her struggles on service, but even when she was struggling towards the end of the first set on service, she'd still got enough confidence in her arm, in her shoulder, to go for her shots. And there was the ultimate break point. (6-4) in 42 minutes. Quick break, a quick 2 minutes, and we're back underway again. It will once again be de Groot to get us underway.
That was sneaky.
How about that?
Beautiful. De Groot with the slice, and then Kamiji's like, well, I'll just slice you back. She plays so well sometimes from, Kamiji turns her chair very, very quickly. So a lot of times she's actually playing with her chair and her back facing away from the court. De Groot really feeling confident. You can just tell just by the way she's moving, the way she's hitting the ball. Got her confidence.
Yeah, if you're going to spin around and take your eye off the ball for a quarter of a second, I'm going to hit it past you. Tame double fault there. 5 in the first set from de Groot, none from Kamiji. Well, these two are putting on a clinic. This is a wonderful start to the second set. Exhibition stuff.
Kamiji thinking, I'll do the same thing again, but de Groot was ready. And once you hit that angle, it opens up other angles for you, which you saw de Groot take full advantage of that forehand cross-court angle. Interestingly enough, Kamiji is 3-3 with breakpoint chances. So this is a breakpoint opportunity for Kamiji in the second set.
And she may get 4 from 4. Yes, she can. Down the line. So both players are now 4 from 4 in breakpoint opportunities. So getting the second set underway. Kamiji leads. What happened in the first set, of course? She broke to open and then held. But 2-love and ultimately 4-1. And also puts an end to a run of 5 games in a row from Diede de Groot. Big service game, this one.
Both players trying to move in, take those balls early on the rise, and it was de Groot that came out on top that time. A little bit of the same with the first set, seeing somewhat of a repeat.
Yes, unforced errors from de Groot. And trying to force the issue on her first shot of the rally rather than the second or the third. Gets ready to come in on this second service. It's almost half-court tennis, that one, wasn't it? It was, yeah. I'll meet you at the net. Who's going to get there first?
Well, again, that's where Kamiji doesn't have any time after her serve to push back, so she had to take it early. Saw in the first set, Kamiji did really well when she's that far back, with really throwing it up with good rack acceleration. But to be consistently that far behind the baseline, it's almost like you've added another quarter of the court of the length that you've got to get it back up and over, and just slowing her racket head speed down a lot on that last backhand.
Break back point. First service seems to be slightly deserting Kamiji here. And she does indeed break back. It looked to begin with as if it was going to be victory belongs to the more stubborn, because stubbornly de Groot hitting the ball straight back at Kamiji, as she did a lot in the first half, and then going more for the cross court and being more tenacious.
I like tenacious. Probably been called both in my life, and I just take it a little bit more personally. Stubborn, I think. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think stubborn's a little, yes. I don't know.
Yes. It's literally in French, it's opinionish is the word for stubborn, which is, yes, I've got my opinion and I'm sticking to it.
Great swinging volley there from Kamiji. Coming in, swinging volley is just you're taking the ball out of the air, so a volley is when you don't let the ball bounce. And it was not a traditional volley there with a short backswing. It was more of a larger backswing, and she was able just to almost just go straight forwards through it. Swinging volley.
Caught a little bit in two minds there. Couldn't quite let it bounce for a second time, but it wasn't really there to be hit by de Groot. So all of a sudden she finds herself love 30 down. We've had an exchange of breaks at the start of this second set. Now that was there to be hit. That one was by de Groot, and she hit it into the net. She'd done the hard work to get back into the point. And she finds herself staring down 3 break points now. That coulda, woulda, shoulda been a perfect way to seal the break there. Did everything right other than the execution of the last shot.
Yeah, it's good hustle here from de Groot, and Kamiji just didn't really put enough on it. Just came down a little bit too much.
Got a lot of court to hit into, but still 2 break points for him. Again, fortune favours the brave. There was a forehand from de Groot that must have clipped the outside of the line earlier on.
I think de Groot even thought it was out. She's kind of stayed there waiting for it, but she was able to turn it around beautifully.
2 break points saved. Will the third be the charm for Kamiji? She's going to get a second service to look at. Will it be a nervous one?
Yes.
A hugely nervous one. It is a double fault. It's a break point, and Kamiji leads 2-1 in the second set, de Groot having taken the first. Stadium DJ goes in the sirtaki to pumping beats to the delight of the fans. The stadium announcers and DJs have done an absolutely spectacular job of the entertainment at all of the venues throughout the Olympics and the Paralympics. And they're going to end with a bang. Which of these two is going to end with a bang? De Groot taking the first set 6-4. Kamiji a break up in the second.
Wow, beautiful return there from de Groot. If you watch how she returns, it's like, I actually love the way she returns. She's pushing forwards, right? She's like a sprinter ready to go. So she's leaning forwards. She'll take a big push forwards, if not 2. So her body's in motion, and then she's able to move the chair as needed.
Cleverly targeting the body there of Kamiji.
So normally when you're standing playing tennis, you start back maybe a few steps, and then as your opponent tosses the ball, you're moving forward, split stepping, stopping, and then going whichever direction you need to go. Obviously the players can't do that, so they'll keep their chair in motion and then move.
Well, in the blink of an eye, it's love 40. Confident whipped forehand. Cross court back where Kamiji had just come from. It was a little bit of a late call, but it was indeed long. Misses the baseline, and it's a break to love.
Both players struggling on their serve, and you look at Kamiji, second set, she's at 60% of first serves in, but only winning 17% of those. So he's actually winning more points on a second serve than she is on the first serve.
Who will be the first one to hold in this set? The Groot's turn to be a long way behind the baseline. You can see the extent of court that you've got there here on Philippe Chatrier. It's probably the biggest runoff area of any court, or any show court in the world.
Yeah, beautiful backhand down the line from de Groot. Again, using that reverse backhand, staying nice and closed when she hits it. Take a look here. Shoulders down, stays with the ball, doesn't rotate too early.
Again, the right kind of mistake to make. Going for the shots, it was there to be hit, went just wide. Body language of the two players, it's quite easy to see there as we focused on Kamiji as she came back, berating herself softly, whereas the Groot now, all business, busying herself around the court. 2 points for a hold.
Important game here for both players. Will be the first hold that we have in the second set. De Groot is to hold.
Paints the line.
Advantage, Kamiji.
Third double fault of the second set already. 8th of the match for de Groot. It wasn't a confident double fault, it was a nervous one. Break point, Kamiji.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Enough depth that time, got it off the middle. Just struggling. When she gets it off the middle, she's winning the point so much easier. But sometimes that is a timing issue. Your timing could just be off, and it's safer to go through the baseline.
She had to grow in confidence during that point. She was incredibly nervous. After a double fault, she got a lucky net cord there. Back to deuce, though. Well, misses as good as a mile. That was a mile long. Couple of double faults in this game. This time it's the deuce court that isn't suiting her on service. And it is another break. 5 breaks of service in a row. Kamiji leads 3-2 in the second set.
Poursuivez avec grâce à la carte des jeux disponible sur l'application officielle de Paris 2024.
Keep the celebrations going with the Games map, available on the official Paris 2024 app.
Retrouvez au salon de stock de restauration un large choix de produits gourmands responsables ainsi qu'une sélection de boissons fraîches.
Our food and beverage concessions offer a wide choice of tasty and sustainable options, as well as a selection of cold beverages.
5 breaks of service. Who will be the first to hold? Will it be Kamiji? It looked like it could have been de Groot. That was a low ball toss from Kamiji, and de Groot dispatched it by the time it got over the net.
Just very up and down from de Groot. You see a great return of serve. Yeah, the first serve wasn't great. The serve wasn't great from Kamiji, but good to start off the game. But then the backhand just in basically the bottom of the net, and that's just pure confidence.
Beautifully put away to begin with. It was a baseline rally for the purists. There were times when we couldn't even see Kamiji on our camera angle, but then in she came and then down the line. Beautiful depth as well.
That's the point where de Groot did go through with the slice, but just not enough on it.
Oh, that one, yes, she's going to check that is Kamiji. Hit the line. And Teafingka has shown exactly where it hit the line. There's the signs, the flat palm down, meaning in, the finger up, meaning out.
This is where electronic line calling does come in handy. Sometimes they select the wrong, I'm not saying that was, but sometimes it's selected the wrong ball. So you can say, well, you don't need it on the clay, but it's the ball. Which one is it?
It's tough for Kamiji because you know that de Groot will play herself back into some form and back into some confidence, because she has done it year after year, tournament after tournament, Grand Slam after Grand Slam. And she's got a break-back point here. And there she is, playing herself back into a little bit of form. We are back level once again, 6 breaks of service in a row.
Again, de Groot doing a much better job in that rally, getting the ball out of the middle. If she's going to go the middle, she has to go deeper. Some of the balls that she's going through the middle are just way too short, kind of no man's land. Needs to get deeper. So she needs to go a little bit wider, which she did there.
New balls shown briefly by de Groot to Kamiji. New balls, brand new, so they'll be less fluffy because they haven't been hit at all, so they will fly through the air more quickly. That's one way to fluff them up, though. 2 into the net. Double fault, number 10 for de Groot, number 5 in this set already. Well, you can take as long as you like on the second service. There's no service clock there. She took a long time, but it sat up nicely. Love 30. Great defense from de Groot.
When she's pushed super wide on that backhand like she was the shot before, backhand always does a good job of going high and deep down the line, trying to reset.
Love 30, back to 30 all.
Still so tight on that second serve, the racket. A lot of times what happens when you get so tight too, your racket head acceleration just slows down and you just cannot swing too fast on it.
A point for a 7th break in a row. To begin with, both players keeping it low over the net, but Kamiji's turn to get a little bit nervous. Juice. I'd say that if de Groot holds here, she's been let off the hook. She's going to have to get some first services in if she is going to hold, though, you would have thought.
It's a good shot from Kamiji, but again, de Groot had it right on a racket, just not doing enough with that third shot that you said so important.
Another break point for Kamiji.
Thank you.
It's gone long, and we do indeed have another break, a 7th break of service, and Kamiji leads 4-3 in the second set. Johan Cruijff on those Dutch soccer shirts. A legend of the game he was. I think there's a Dennis Bergkamp jersey in there as well. Kamiji leading 4-3. 7 breaks of service. Who's going to get the magic hold? Well, stakes are incredibly high. Both players are succumbing a little bit to nerves, and there was just no depth on any of the shots there from de Groot.
The other thing about de Groot has really, in this match so far, made some unforced errors that she doesn't, is on the wider forehand. She's kind of got her chair turned away, and she's coming across the court. She's gone deep quite a bit. She's landed the ball long.
That was cleverly done. Nicely inside out, good chair position. I think she was more forced into it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure she meant to do that, but she made the best out of it from where she was so far, having to reach for the ball. The down-the-line return that
Go back to the well.
done her so well so far. When she's been able to execute that down-the-line return, she almost hasn't had to hit another shot. And when I say down the line, literally straight down the line, not coming towards the middle.
Decent patience there. There were a couple of shots that a couple of times that it probably wasn't the ideal moment to try to go down the line, so she hit the ball back with a lot of depth, and then when it was time to strike, she did it.
And I like the fact, because those are the forehands cross court she's missed long, so I like the fact that she changed it up and went down the line on that.
2 break back points. One of them saved.
What a time to come up with a serve like that. It's one of the best serves she's hit so far. Took the pace off and huge amount of slice.
Gutsy move at break point down, but beautifully executed. Back to deuce. What a drop shot from way behind the baseline, almost in the photographer pits.
I'm not sure she meant to hit a drop shot as opposed to just like slice it. Maybe she did.
Either way it worked. She was coming forwards and backwards a lot there, de Groot. She found herself in no man's land. So a point for a hold, and what a huge hold it would be.
De Groot lucky to get away with that return there.
It's going to sail wide.
Now that was down the middle, but it was like a foot inside the baseline, so much better depth on that return.
Another break back point. Ooh, another slice service going out wide to de Groot's backhand. She almost put it away.
But good call from Kamiji doing it again. That's 2 forced errors, I would say, but she should probably keep doing that until de Groot gets more comfortable.
Just long. Kamiji now with a point for a 5-3 lead. Maybe the slice service out wide again. Oh, it's an ace. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and it certainly isn't broke there. 5-3, she leads, a huge hold.
And what a time to come up with your first ace.
What an ace it was. You expect aces to clip the back of the service box and a push down the tee, but there, out wide into the singles line. So de Groot finds herself serving to stay in the second set. And kicks us off with double fault number 7 in the set, number 12 in the match. And you wonder which de Groot is going to turn up in this game. Is it going to be the nervous one? Can she play herself back into some sort of confidence? A nervous start.
Even though she won that point, you can still feel the tension and see the tension in her arm. Racket is not loose, her arms are not loose when she's hitting it. It's almost like she's guiding the forehand as opposed to just letting it rip and really come over the top of the ball.
Serve in this second set's been a toss of a coin, 17 of them in, 15 of them out. That one there was a yard long.
And when de Groot, it's not like she has a really big first serve where she's winning a lot of points on it. So I would say take a little bit off the first serve to hit a second serve, but she doesn't have that much difference between the two serves. She did there, put a little bit more spin on it.
And it was returned with interest. 2 break points, 2 set points.
Thank you.
A huge double fault, number 9 of the set, number 14 of the match, seals it. Kamiji takes the second set 6-3 in 43 minutes.
We look at the set stats. They're at the beginning, like halfway through, de Groot's unforced errors were they were like 7. She was playing a very clean first set, and then really from 2-2, that's when we saw a lot of the unforced errors and the tightness come back. So it'll be interesting in this set to see whether, I think Kamiji stays the same regardless. She's pretty level, and it's really de Groot that's going up and then down.
51 and 19, the big stats there. 51% of first services in, and then 19 unforced errors from de Groot. When she's on, she's on. When she's good, she's very, very good. She's the little girl with a little curl. It's been a very up and down performance from her. You'd say, obviously, she's the world #1. She's the one with 23 Grand Slams to her name, who, when she gets on a roll, is unbeatable. But in that second set, even the points she was winning, almost out there, almost an unforced error, and she ends up winning the point here. And then such a lack of confidence in the end, particularly on service. And that's obviously an incredibly crucial part of the game. That's how it was sealed for Kamiji. So Kamiji, does she just ride it out and think my opponent's really in a funk?
She's going to think that. I don't know whether funk, but I think she's going to be like, she's tight, right? She knows that they've played each other so many times, and she's the one that just always stays level across the board. So as I said, I think we can see de Groot gone away for a second. It's good for her to get away for a second, go change, go just get her mind off of things and try and relax a little bit. And we'll see whether really de Groot, we know what we're going to expect from Kamiji, but what are we going to expect from de Groot in this third and final set?
Back out very quickly. No messing around, no Stefanos Tsitsipas long changes of shorts that go on for 7 minutes. Let's go Nippon. Japan's Kamiji Yui. Having taken the second set, taken us to a third set. A reminder that it is a full-length third set. First to 6, 2 games clear. And if we get a tiebreaker, it will be a regulation tiebreaker. First to 7, 2 points clear. There's the Dutch fans. They're happy enough. Regardless of whether you are from France, from the Netherlands, from Japan, everybody likes ABBA. Kamiji to get us underway in this third and final set with a gold medal at the Paris 2024 Paralympics on the line. And she keep the roll going. It's a different Dida. I know it's only 1 point.
It's very easy when you're sitting here watching. You can kind of see the game as a whole, the match as a whole. You can see kind of their reactions because we've got up close and personal with that. But when you're actually in the moment, obviously that's the hardest thing to do. And see whether de Groot realizes what she just did with those return of serves. And that's now 3 return of serves down the line for winners.
Three break points to open up. And 3 service return winners.
Second serve.
Four services, 4 service return winners. De Groot gets back in front. A break to love.
That was a very confident game.
Well, we've seen it throughout her career. Jekyll and Hyde. Dr. Dida and Miss de Groot, which one's going to come out? And we had Miss de Groot in the second, throughout the second set. She never looked comfortable in the second set, even when she was breaking service. And there, disdainfully hitting 4 service return winners. The acid test is going to be now on service.
Couldn't agree more. That serve is still looking really tight. It's almost like when you get into that, like it's the yips. That's what we call it in tennis. You kind of get the yips on your serve. You almost need to just take 1 serve and just serve as hard as you can just to get it out and just relax your arm a little bit.
15 double faults, 5 in the first, 9 in the second, and 1 already in the third. The ball toss is now going awry. Never a good sign. You get one over, and then your opponent says, go back and fetch that one.
But at least you want to make them play. That's she's got to take that as a positive. Okay, at least I got it in. At least I'm asking the question. And both players returning. I mean, you talk about de Groot's returns. Kamiji's done really well on her return of serves, been really aggressive.
She's only hit 2 service return winners. Obviously, she could only hit 2 because the first one was a double fault. But, yep, sun out. And affect the ball toss a little bit, but it's more the confidence, the mentality that's affecting the ball toss.
Beautiful forehand, cross court, through the singles line.
One break point saved. There was no depth on any of the shots from de Groot. You can tell how nervous she is. But it's a point on service. Can she build on that? Three times she's aborted the ball toss. Just long. 2 break points saved. Applause from the crowd. It's all going to help to build up a little bit of confidence for de Groot, who is so lacking in it on service. Still a 3rd break point, though. And Kamiji breaks straight back.
It's interesting. The crowd hasn't gotten as much into it as I thought they would have done, as in like trying to get de Groot or Kamiji, whichever one, a little bit more like involved, and they're a little bit quiet.
So the high stakes and the nerves being shown by the players, in particular de Groot, has probably permeated the crowd. And if one player, again, you would think it would be de Groot, can really take the match by the scruff of the neck, then that will drag the crowd with it. Kamiji could do the same, though.
Kamiji totally controlling the middle of the court, and now you see de Groot out of the camera's view of having to defend.
It did look very well. It looked like it clipped the baseline.
Players do have to call that immediately. So sometimes when the chair umpire does not come out, you might be thinking, why didn't they come out? It's because the player took too long to say, hey, I want you to come out.
Yes, the chair umpires say that to begin with. If you want to dispute a call, then do it before you play your shot. Making it a pretty big gamble if you're pulling out of your shot.
The second serve.
You could hear the effort being put in by Kamiji, both from the player and from her chair. Digging a furrow almost along the baseline, but her hard work pays off.
like that return of serve. Again, the ball outside the middle of the court.
The throat going way back, very much on the defensive and not hitting the depth.
And that's where we've seen her make a lot of it's a forced error, though, consider that a forced error, but off that wide forehand, the cross court, she's been making a lot of mistakes on that one.
Point for a hold, and she goes back to the well on that slice service from the ad court. Doesn't quite come off. It's long, De Groot snatches at it, and it's a huge hold for Kamiji, who leads 2-1 in the final set.
Is a global circuit of over 160 tournaments each year with a total prize money reaching $5.6 million.
Ces événements sont organisés dans plus de 40 pays sur 6 continents. La participation s'élève à environ 1000 joueurs par an.
The events are staged in more than 40 countries across 6 continents, involving approximately 1,000 players per year.
Final set. Kamiji Yui comes back. She was a set down. She's now 2-1 up. She has held service. De Groot did not hold service in the second set. She needs to hold it now. And even when she gets a good first service in, there we go, gets dispatched.
But that's the confidence now of Kamiji. She's just stayed, and that was a really good serve, but Kamiji's done so well on the return of serves. That's not going to help the confidence of De Groot.
Kamiji again back in the photographer pits, but it's a ploy that's working. Love 30. Nervous times for the defending champion.
Much better hit from De Groot. They're still getting the ball right up the middle, but with a little bit more on it, a little bit more racket head speed.
3 first services in as well. Well, the tape was her friend there to begin with, De Groot, but it sat up nicely for someone as good as Kamiji to position her chair, take it inside out, put that one away. 2 break points. That was there to be put away by de Groot, but she couldn't. That's a measure of how nervous she is. Kamiji is fired up. She leads 3-1.
You can see how important that game was for Kamiji, just by her come on right there. She knows she needed that game, and she can feel this win right now. Totally, the confidence in her has changed. We've talked about her staying pretty emotionally level as well as her play, but right now you can just see a little bit of an uptick in her emotion and play.
Lights are on. Cloud cover outside. Kamiji getting everything back at the moment. She is a wall.
Remember we talked about that as one of the weapons at the beginning. Sometimes it's almost like a silent weapon, your consistency and your speed. She's showing us that right now.
Concern on the face of Amanda Hopmans.
Good point from de Groot. I like the way that she changed that up, throwing in the drop shot there, maybe getting the crowd on her side, getting them a little bit excited to try and get her pumped up.
It's usually the shot of a confident player, the drop shot, so pulling that one out when you really have got your back to the wall. Big play by de Groot.
Lovely, beautiful forehand angle from de Groot. Serve only 102 kilometers per hour, but lots of spin on it and right into the body of de Groot.
A break back point for de Groot. This would get it back on service, but she hasn't held service in a good long while, so it's the least she needs to do. But she does it, and de Groot is staying alive. Kamiji, though, leads 3-2 in the final set.
Description of live commentary service available once you log into the official Paris 20
Kamiji leads 3-2, so it's back on service. A reminder that de Groot did not hold service throughout the second set. She's served 15 double faults so far, just one in this set. Make that 2.
Talking a little bit on the changeover about de Groot and her, with her match wins and winning so many matches so easily, she doesn't really have an opportunity to actually learn to play from behind. So interesting to see how she's doing here.
Well, that's the simple recipe, a good service and a good third shot of the rally. Easier said than done, though, particularly when your service has deserted you. It's never been a huge weapon for her, but it's been very inconsistent today.
One of the longer rallies, and we've seen Kamiji coming out usually on top of those rallies, but it was Kamiji with the unforced error.
She looked exhausted by the end of it. She was taking a lot of things on her forehand, so making an extra push to go around and take the ball on her forehand. Well, whisper it quietly, but de Groot has a point for a hold of service. And she takes it. We are back level at 3-all.
I mean, what a rally to start with, and then what a forehand from the center of the court, hitting inside out, hitting the topspin, being able to create that angle and just get over the top of it. Unbelievable angle from there. And what a time to hold your serve.
1-all, 3-all. One hold of service all in this final set. Reminder that if we get to 6-all, then we will have a tiebreaker first to 7, 2 points clear. Fascinating to see how this match has gone this way and that. Who's been the hunter? Who's been the hunted? Who's letting the pressure get to them?
Both these players have so much experience in Grand Slam finals and gold medal matches that, you know, yes, it's pressure. They both get nervous, but both handling it like true champions.
the stakes could not be higher. Paralympic gold medal awaits. These two players are just 3 games away from Paralympic gold. Groot is the defending champion. She wants to hold on to that gold medal. Kamiji, bronze in Rio, silver in Tokyo. She's saying it's my turn now. A genuine apology, a genuine punter after sorry mate. She chipped that. Did it go? Did her racket go against a wheel as well? I think ended up being the greatest drop shot ever played.
When it grabs her front 2 tires at the front, the wheels at the front there.
Well, isn't that going to be a turning point? We've had plenty of turning points. Is that going to put? Well, it's made it 1-1. 3-3, 30-30. Both players 10 points away from Paralympic gold. Is the match going to turn on that moment of accidental yet utter brilliance? 40-30. Every hold of service is going to be huge in this final set.
And as you said, 1-set-all, 3-all, 30-all. It was actually 83 points to 82 for de Groot, and now we're at 83 points each in the match.
Well, the only point that's going to matter is going to be the last one of this match. And it's anybody's guess as to who's going to win it. It is a huge hold in the context of this final set. The number 2 seed gets a nose in front. Highway to hell. Well, one of these two players is on a highway to gold. At the moment, slightly ahead in the overtaking lane of that highway is Kamiji Yui, 4-3 up. Kamiji going the extra mile. She's moving around to take a lot of things on her forehand, which is going to take a lot out of her, but she knows that she's now only 7 points away from Paralympic gold. confirmed that that was out by chair umpire Teafinka, who has a very good view from up there. And that one was flush on the line. Beautiful camera work to show how perfect that shot was.
Kamiji has just played so well with that return of serve. We said at the beginning that de Groot did not want to get in the long rallies, which they did in the beginning, in the very, very first point of this game. And then Kamiji has just been impeccable on her return of serves.
Perfect chair position, inside out forehand, 3 break points. Service fault, an aborted ball toss. And a get out of jail free card. 1 break point saved.
Still so much pressure on de Groot though here. 2 more break point opportunities for Kamiji.
No one's been more than 1 game ahead in this set. But that's just changed. Kamiji, 5-3. She will now serve for the match for Paralympic gold. Everything going wrong for de Groot. Almost colliding there with one of the ball kids. The crowd sensing it. The number 2 seed looking to be the number 1 at the Paralympics. G's herself up, settles in, serving for the title. She only needs 4 points, and there's one of them, and she is going to celebrate every single one of them until she gets there.
Just reading some of her quotes from the other day, saying that when she played her first Paralympics, she thought it was going to be the only one that she ever played, and now being 3 points away from a possible gold medal. I would actually really like to know the stats of when de Groot has gone down the line on the return, what her percentage of points is that she's winning. Because I want to say it's probably like 80% of the points that she's winning when she goes down the line on that return of serve.
'81.
maybe 83, something like that.
It was 80, it's 81 now.
Yeah, math's not my thing, so I was just educated guess here.
If it is 81%, de Groot would like to make it 82 after this point and 83 after the next one. Can she stay alive and put it back on her own racket? %. I don't know if those are the stats, but let's roll with them.
Let's go with it.
2 break-back points.
See the spin on that ball too? That's where she's just relaxed as well. Now she's almost got nothing to lose. Except a gold medal. I understand that, but
it feels lost at the moment. Trying to do the service out wide to de Groot's backhand. De Groot poised to come in. Good service, but a better put away. It's a break back. She's still alive. De Groot breaks back, but Kamiji leads 5-4 in the final set. Time called. Big smiles on the faces of a lot of the Netherlands fans in the crowd. Nerves from the Japanese fans. There's going to be a lot of nerves from both players. De Groot, it's back on service is one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is that De Groot is now serving to stay alive. Can she get the hold she needs to push this match even further?
Not with returns like that. Kamiji just impeccable. Kamiji really been in the shadows of De Groot for so many years now, as we see with the head-to-head and win-losses, and she feels it. She feels that she can maybe come out of the shadows.
Down the line's the recipe, and it was working. De Groot goes cross-court, puts it into the lowest part of the net. Love 30.
Thank you.
Kamiji 2 points away. Pump of the fist from Kamiji there. It's a great return, and it sets up 3 gold medal points.
Thank you very much. There's already. Thank you.
There's one of them saved, and it lands flush on the line.
De Groot hitting out in that rally.
Thank you. Please.
It ends long on a double fault. And Kamiji is the Paralympic champion 2024. She has defeated the seemingly undefeatable Diede de Groot 4-6, 6-3, 6-4 in 2 hours and 8 minutes. De Groot already round the other side of the net in what is an absolutely wonderful display of magnanimity and sporting spirit. Kamiji in tears. She is the Paralympic champion in the women's wheelchair tennis singles.
What a feat for her, as we said, in the shadows for so long. Thought that her first Olympics was going to be her last Olympics. Didn't realize what a career she was going to have. And for her to come out now with 2 gold medals in these Olympics here at Paralympics is just unbelievable. Her whole team overcome with total emotion.
Tears all round, but tears of the best kind. A hug from everyone in the entourage. No one able to hold back their emotions. The same applies to Diede de Groot, the world #1 who loses her title on a double fault as well.
And all the other Japanese players too, just so emotional. Mom and Dad.
Well, the contrasting emotions of the very end of a Paralympic final, the utter despair for Diede de Groot, inconsolable in the arms of her parents. Kamiji Yui with a Japanese flag around her, ready for a lap of honor, one that de Groot does not want to look at, and you can understand why. The disappointment of two Paralympic finals lost in the space of 24 hours. Two of them won for Kamiji Yui. The triumph and the tragedy.
Amazing moment for Kamiji, and you do have to feel for de Groot, such a unbelievable champion, unbelievable record. 3 matches lost in 169. I mean, it's unbelievable what de Groot has done and what de Groot will continue to do for the sport.
Well, unforced errors, twice as many from de Groot as from Kamiji. Almost twice as many winners, but they didn't quite cancel one another out. And then if you look at the double fault, 17 double faults. That is 4 games given away. And it was emblematic of the match that it should finish on a double fault. There we have the full rundown of this women's wheelchair tennis singles competition. Now, how about this for souvenirs? A double Paralympic champion is going to autograph these balls and send them into the crowd. Overcome with emotion, having won her 2nd Paralympic gold medal in the space of 24 hours. And also for her in the singles, bronze 8 years ago, silver 3 years ago, and gold right now. Crowd on Philippe Chatrier Court rising to acclaim the champion.
What great resiliency as well from Kamiji that we saw, all those losses to de Groot.
Merci beaucoup in the heart. How about that? Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much indeed. What a performance from her. As you say, all those defeats to de Groot, but if you're going to pick one day to win on, then today was the day.
It certainly was, and her defense was phenomenal, and her returns were the other part of the game that were just phenomenal too. She saw there.
That, unfortunately, was a highlight of everything that seemed to go wrong with the world #1's game today. You can't have 17 double faults in a final and expect to win it when you're up against someone who has been pushing you so hard for so long. Incredible sporting spirit from Diede de Groot. She'll be back with absolutely no shadow of a doubt. She's only 30 years old. Philippe Chatrier-Court is being prepared for the victory ceremony, the medal ceremony for the wheelchair tennis women's singles. And we'll be back to bring you that very shortly.
et messieurs, restez avec nous pour suivre dans quelques instants la cérémonie des vainqueurs simple femmes.
Ladies and gentlemen, not too far away before the women's singles medal ceremony commences. At the conclusion of this ceremony, we will see a men's doubles gold medal match.
et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs simple femmes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's singles.
Philippe Chatrier Court at Roland-Garros. What better place could you possibly imagine to award the medals for the women's singles in wheelchair tennis at the Paris 2024 Paralympics.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Annick Tavernier, directeur des Jeux paralympiques du Comité international paralympique.
Paralympic Games Director of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Jordi Tamayo, membre du conseil d'administration de la Fédération internationale de tennis.
the International Tennis Federation board member.
Médaillé de bronze représentant les Pays-Bas,
Bronze medalist representing Netherlands, Annette van Groot.
Annemiek van Groot defeated Wang Zhiying in the bronze medal match, 7-6, 6-1. To take a bronze medal to go with the silver that she got in the doubles as well.
Always so difficult to come back for that bronze medal match, and it's a hard one to play, but when you win, you're thrilled just to be able to be right where she's at now.
She took the eventual winner, Kamiji Yui, to 3 sets, winning the second set 6-4, only losing the third 6-4 again, so an incredible performance from her.
médaillé d'argent représentant les Pays-Bas,
Silver medalist representing Netherlands, Dina de Groot.
It's going to be tough for her, you can see it on her face. The gold medal was hers to win, it was hers 3 years ago at Tokyo 2020. Silver this time around, 2 silvers in a row, and she is understandably struggling to contain her emotions. Consolation from Jordi Tamayo. And the disappointment etched on the faces of her parents.
représentant le Japon,
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Japan, Yui Kamiji.
But there's no disappointment here. Tears of another kind. Bronze in Rio 2016. Silver in Tokyo 2020. Gold in Paris 2024 for Kamiji Yui. Number 2 in the world, but number 1 here, right now.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne du Japon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Japan.
8 times we had wheelchair tennis at the Olympics, beginning in 1992 in Barcelona. 8 times we had a winner of the women's singles from the Netherlands. Monique van den Bosch, Maaike Smit, Esther Vergeer 4 years in a row, Jiske Griffioen and Diede de Groot. It was going to take somebody very special to unthrone the Netherlands. And that somebody very special is Kamiji Yui.
Perfect show of what true resilience is and believing that you can get that dream. And for her, it was, as you said many times, the gold medal that has been missing.
A mere 30 years old, Kamiji Yui. She'll be in her prime by the time Los Angeles 2028 comes around. So the women's wheelchair tennis concludes. The singles champion for 2024, Kamiji Yui of Japan, defeating Diede de Groot of the Netherlands in the final. 4-6, 6-3, 6-4, and a bronze medal for Annick van Coot.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous vivons une magnifique journée et ce n'est pas terminé ici sur le cours Philippe Chatrier car on va vivre un nouveau match pour la médaille d'or Open double homme. J'espère que vous êtes en forme car on vous a entendu faire du bruit mais je pense que vous pouvez faire encore davantage de bruit, n'est-ce pas Ben?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, yet another gold medal match. This time, the men's doubles gold medal match will take place right here in Philippe Chatrier. Great Britain v Japan, number 1 and 2 in the world for the gold medal, Paris Paralympic Games 2024.
Et mesdames et messieurs, peut-être que vous avez remarqué, nous avons été magnifiques ici sur le cours Philippe Chatrier. Bienvenue à la mascotte officielle de Paris 2024. La fiche paralympique est avec nous. Olympique s'inspire des petits bonnets phrygiens traditionnels qui ont donné leur forme aux mascottes. La mascotte est dotée d'une lame de course et représente les athlètes en situation de handicap. Pour mieux les valeurs de des Jeux paralympiques et l'importance du sport, n'hésitez pas à saluer la mascotte lorsqu'elle se déplacera sur le site. Mesdames et messieurs, merci d'accueillir les ramasseurs de balles.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the ball kicks to the court.
Suivi des juges de ligne.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our line judges.
Merci d'accueillir l'arbitre de chaise, Timo Larsen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair umpire, Timo Larsen.
Tu m'entends là, j'ai le son là?
The very warmest of welcomes to you indeed, to the fantastic setting of Roland-Garros and court Philippe Chatrier. The gold medal match in the men's doubles competition at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games is upon us. And this, frankly, is the match in men's doubles competition at the moment. This is what you get in the final of every single Grand Slam. And now we get it at the Paralympic Games. Both of these partnerships have lived up to pre-match billing. There is much to anticipate for the Japanese fans who have had a quite spectacular Paralympic Games in wheelchair tennis. They cannot stop winning, the Japanese players. The only issue is that in this, the 7th meeting between Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid and their opponents Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito, only once have the Japanese players actually managed to be victorious. But it is clear that the Japanese players have turned up to ignore the form book. Moments away from getting the action started. A little frivolity, musicality and freestyling going on the iconic clay. One imagines this is not entirely the musical accompaniment that they imagined in 1928 when this place was built. Times change, but Roland-Garros remains iconic. The crowds have been absolutely fantastic throughout. It's been really quite a superb Paris 2024 in the sport of wheelchair tennis. And this is a country that loves wheelchair tennis. The first European nation to embrace a formal wheelchair tennis program was the French in 1982, after it was inaugurated in the United States of America several years before that. 1976, Brad Parks, a very important name in the history of the sport, first hit a tennis ball from a wheelchair.
Ladies and gentlemen, please thank the beatboxer Scratchy.
So we've finished our beatboxing, sentence I never thought I'd say in my entire life, and we are now set to begin the wheelchair tennis men's doubles final. This should be spectacular.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'est le moment d'accueillir nos para-athlètes. Tête de série numéro 2, représentant le Chateau.
Ladies and gentlemen, men's double gold medal match. Please welcome number 2 seed representing Japan, Takuya Miki Akita.
Finalists in the men's doubles competition looking to be the champions, Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito of Japan, 35 and 18 respectively. And they are going to take on the gentlemen who have done it all, except win this one. And this is the goal now for these two absolute greats of the sport, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the world #1 ranked partnership from Great Britain. They have won 21 Grand Slam titles, including all 3 this year. Oh, and by the way, they've beaten Miki and Oda in every single one of those finals. This is the match in men's doubles wheelchair tennis, and it's fitting that it's the final of Paris 2024. The very warmest of welcomes to you wherever you are joining us from, whoever you're supporting and however much of the wheelchair tennis competition you've been able to see at the Paralympic Games. My name's Ollie Hogben, and it is an absolute honour for me to be joined by somebody who is one of the greats in this sport when it comes to coaching, when it comes to administration, when it comes to actually charting the progress of players from youngsters through to greats. Joe Wallen sits alongside me. Joe, well, this shouldn't be too bad, should it?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this. I know that you've been waiting for this moment, probably longer than I have. But as you said, to really see where this sport, even in the last 8 years that I've been involved, has come in, and to see it now at like playing on Chateau here in front of such a full crowd. And the crowds this week, in the last 10 days, 9 days, have been unbelievable here in Paris. The French fans and the friends from all across the world have really come out and just done an amazing job.
Well said. It has been an extraordinary occasion, the first time that we've had a Grand Slam venue used for wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. And I think, Joe, for those who are new to watching wheelchair tennis, as we look at Miki and Oda going through their last moments of mental preparation, nice to talk actually about the chair design itself.
Yeah, it's a little different from the everyday chair. The camber of the wheels are going to allow the players to move really, really quick and really agile. You've got 4 of the best players in the world playing on this court, and you're going to see them in their chairs here as they're getting ready. Each chair is specifically designed for each person's individual needs, and just as much as players tinker with their rackets, their strings, their technique to get 1 mile an hour more on the serve and to just get that push quicker, they're tinkering with their chairs all the time too. So you'll see the tip bar on the back, and you'll see why, because their kick serves are huge, and they'll be no different than when you're standing. The back goes back, the ball goes slightly behind, and that tip bar will prevent them from falling over. But you're going to see some amazing points with these 4 athletes. You're going to see the courts of the parts of the courts that are never used when you're standing. You're going to see them being used in this match.
The only really significant difference from a rules and regulations point of view is the double bounce rule in the sport of wheelchair tennis compared to 1 bounce in standing tennis, and only the first of those 2 bounces needs to be within the confines of the court. Second bounce can land well outside the line markings, and you'll see the players absolutely push for every single millimetre of available court, because they'll have to, against the sort of pace and ability to extend rallies that's over the other side of the net, because these are, as you said, Joe, 4 absolutely outstanding players. We have the 2 best doubles partnerships in the world. Congratulations, Manuel Franco from Spain, the chair umpire.
Take green color for the towel and take blue color for the towel. Just if you want me to go for more match inspection, let me know straight away, especially using your voice. Okay? Questions, guys? No? Wheelchair tennis or Paris 2024? Paris? This is Paris, this is wheelchair tennis.
So we have the toss of the coin done and dusted. Nice to have a Spanish chair umpire. It just reminds us that Barcelona 1992 was the first time that wheelchair tennis was a formal sport at the Paralympic Games, having been introduced in Seoul 88 as a demonstration event. It is now a must-see event. So let us take stock of exactly who is out there on this court. I'll run through their accomplishments. In about 3 hours, I'll have finished. They have won so much. We have Alfie Hewitt, world #1 ranked singles player, 64 singles titles, 84 doubles titles. His partner, who is 6 years older at 32, Gordon Reed, singles ranking of 5. 50 singles titles and just 105 doubles titles won. So no, it's a small number, yeah. But he's getting there, isn't he? It's just outrageous. I mean, you double check these numbers because you think they can't possibly be correct. And then over the other side, these gentlemen, Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito. This is their path to the competition, and look at that semi-final win. 10-8 in the match tiebreak. That's what happens in place of a traditional third set in the doubles competition. They were really tested there against their opponents from Spain. Miki has 39 singles titles, 37 doubles. He's singles world #9. Oda, who is singles world #2, has 28 singles titles and 8 doubles titles. He's done that, by the way, despite being only 18 years of age. That's how quickly he's accumulated over 30 titles in his career. That's the tale of the tape, and it is mighty impressive. It makes for extraordinary reading. Now, in terms, Joe, of the nuance of all of this, the Japanese partnership have only won once in 6 meetings, and that was in Japan. How do they do it? How do they beat these gentlemen?
So I actually had the honor of calling their semi-final match, and it's the first time I've really seen them play in detail and was really studying them. And they struggled in that match. As you see, it was 10-8 in the third set, that super tiebreaker. And I think what they're lacking is that weapon where they can come out and hit that clean winner and flatten it out. Oda is definitely going to be the aggressor more. He's going to come forwards. He's got a lively arm with lots of spin, but just doesn't get away with too many clean, quick winners. And I think that's where they struggled against the British, the British team here, because they can do that, and they are so quick, and they know each other. They know where they're going to move to and hit the ball before they even know, their partner even knows themselves. So it's just really the ability to have some quick points that the Japanese team haven't yet been able to figure out. So that's what I'm kind of looking for in this match.
Both of the partnerships are the traditional or maybe optimal left-right combination. So you have Hewitt and Miki as the right-handed players, Reed and Oda the left-handed players.
Interesting which way they're playing. You see Oda playing on the deuce side and Reed playing on the ad side too. And also we talked about Oda. He's 18 years old. He's still like a kid compared to the other guys out here that have just had so much more experience, and sometimes that inexperience comes out.
It's fanciful, isn't it, to be 4 times a Grand Slam singles champion at the age of 18?
Yeah, it's a dream, and I think that his dream is going to want to win this gold medal.
Hewitt and Reed yet to actually lose a set in the competition. Very impressive win against Cataneo and Uday, the #4 seed in the semi-final stage. Did a good job there of keeping the Roland-Garros crowd on the quiet side, or as quiet as you can ever keep a Roland-Garros crowd. That was a tough match for them because the French absolutely were up for it.
Yeah, they were. And again, these two just know each other. That this is the difference, the X factor, is that you'll hear the communication. It's just massive. But they can move, they switch, one goes up, the other one goes back, they cover for each other, and they just know where their partner's going to hit the ball. So that's really what makes them so difficult. So yes, playing in France against the French crowd as well as the French opponents, but just too much for them.
for Hewitt and Reid. I mean, it's such an enduring partnership. It's a bond, it's a marriage, isn't it, on court that works fantastically.
I'm not sure whether they'd like it to be called a marriage, but yes, I think it is. It does work really, really well. You usually see, you know, it's interesting on the tour because they go by, I noticed when you introduced them, you were talking about their singles rankings, right? There are doubles rankings as well, but none of the entries are for doubles rankings. It only goes on the singles rankings. And so what happens is that, that's an interesting one right there, the baby with continent, sorry. But what happens...
I'm not surprised that took you off your stride.
I did, I was like, what is that there? But you see the entries, so during the Paralympic cycle, you'll see the countries playing together a lot, but what makes them so different is that they're playing together nearly almost every time that they possibly can. You won't see them play with anybody else, unless someone's hurt or they've decided not to do it. Now that's the baby that we should be seeing in the baby beyond.
Nice conditions as well. Weather is very pleasant. It's been a somewhat tempestuous games in terms of whether we've had the roof on or not. There's spells of very heavy rain, other spells of sunshine. This seems quite nice, doesn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. The players are going to be loving this. The temperature's not too hot, it's not too humid, it's not too windy. It's really the perfect day for a men's doubles gold medal.
Hewitt and Reid, the silver medalists at the last two Paralympic Games. Now they take on Miki and Oda from Japan. Fascinating. Let's see how this unfolds. This is the men's doubles gold medal match in wheelchair tennis at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. It is Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid of Great Britain against Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito of Japan. It will be the Japanese pair to serve. Joe Wallen is alongside me, and Joe, I think it's going to be interesting to see early on how Hewitt and Reid dominate, to what extent, because some of their victories against Miki and Oda have been quite heavy.
That was a good shot from Oda. As you can see straight away, though, Hewitt and Reid not afraid to come forwards, push forwards, and make Oda have to hit this like really good lob to even win the point.
Oh my goodness, what an extraordinary angle generated.
Didn't we say every part of the court was going to be used? And we've seen it already within the first 3 points. The drop shot here, the drop shot back, and then Reid getting up to it. That lefty slice and drop shot here.
They're very different, aren't they, tactically, the British pair compared to the Japanese pair?
Yeah, you can see that straight away. You can see that they're looking to push forwards, have one up. As you notice, all four do start back, simply because you can't be stationary in a chair and you're going to get lobs, so you'll see the up and back during the points.
That's the service.
Well, this is already a compelling position for Hewitt and Reid to find themselves in. Great points in the opening game. Nice idea to change the dynamic of the point. Didn't quite work, but the principle was sound.
Yeah, I saw them really far back and then trying to bring them in. What's interesting to me as well is that I'm interested to see the strategy the Japanese team do bring, because you've just, as you said, you've lost in the last 3 Grand Slam finals. Your team really should be strategizing, looking at those results, looking at some key indicators of the match.
Fabulous play. Absolutely delightful, dexterous work at the net. Again, the judgment from the British pair.
It's really a game of geometry out here on the court. It's who can find the angles and the openings and then execute. And that's what the British pair just do so well.
Second break point. Oh, what a lovely shot from a profoundly defensive position. That seemed to be the British partnership's point to win.
It was, but that's where Oda is so difficult, because he'll be out of position. And again, not a flat ball, but the amount of topspin he's able to get on this, and see that rotation of the chair. Here we see it close up, the rotation. Unbelievable.
As we reflect upon some of the shot making here, interesting maybe, Joe, to just look at the unique backhand of wheelchair tennis.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely based on the grips here. Obviously, you're seeing the players will serve with a continental grip, your traditional, but then when they push, they go to the semi-western.
Oh, there was a gap. Couldn't manage to finish that from close range, Miki Takuya. And as a result, finally the break of serve has been accomplished by Hewitt and Reid. They are already in some control. What do you make of that opening game?
It was good. I mean, if that's what we're in for, just get some popcorn and get a drink, because we're going to have fun here. Go back to talking about the grip a little bit. When they're pushing with like a semi-western forehand grip. And so when they go hit the backhand, they really don't have time to change that grip to a traditional backhand grip. So they're actually using the opposite side of the racket, and they're coming up to hit a reverse or inverted backhand. Very difficult to do, but that's why it looks a little funky sometimes, is because they're hitting it with the opposite side.
Alfie Hewitt to serve.
Alfie Hewitt, 26-year-old from Norfolk. He said that Roland-Garros sort of feels like home, where he won his first Grand Slam. He said that he would like to forge a connection between the place in which he won his first Grand Slam and make it the first place in which he wins a Paralympic Games gold medal. His partner has already done that, Gordon Reid, the singles champion in Rio, and he met Alfie Hewitt in the final. They're used to playing each other, Oh, this is just fabulous.
Beautiful play. Oda had two other chances in this game, in that point, sorry. So it seemed like a game, the amount of balls that were hit here. But he had a couple chances where the player was at the net and he didn't flatten it out and take it straight at him, so got the opponents back into the rally. But that last forehand, he actually flattened it out and we saw a nice winner.
Such a wonderful shot maker, Oda Tokito. One of those players who has become so high profile over the last little while, just 18. The right-handed player, Miki Takuya, made a very big decision in life to leave Kobe Gakuin University, where he was aspiring to be a physiotherapist. He played standing tennis at high school at a national level. His grandfather was a coach. He wanted to follow the elite path, dropped out of university, quite unusual in Japan, and decided to pursue the sport. And that felt good to them, didn't it, the Japanese pair, to win that one?
Did. And if you watch them move around a little bit too, you can see the British pair are just so good. They know what shot they need to play to give their partner time to get back in the point. And then when they're hitting, they know, okay, I'm going to hit and I'm going to keep rolling that direction. And then their partner knows they need to switch. So the communication and the movement from the Brits are just phenomenal.
And they are certainly, Miki and Oda, not as well established for obvious reasons, with that young man being only 18. They have won a couple of titles together, both of them the Japan Open, and they beat Hewitt and Reed this year in the final of it. Their one win against them. It was in a third set match tiebreak. Every single match that they have played, these four players, has been a final. Brilliant. Can we just have this one go on all day?
Yes,
can we, please?
It might. It very well might. What a point, again, using all the court, seeing where the openings are, and then just the touch of Oda right there was a beautiful shot.
Such variety of shot making, isn't there, already? It's in. It didn't seem to be enough court to find that.
It didn't. That shadow that you can see coming over too, it is very difficult for the players just to adjust to that, because the ball's going from the sun into like the shade, and just he did a great job there. Hewitt thought that, sorry, no, it was Reed that thought he was going short and then just was able to push it deep.
break back point.
The other thing about the Brits is they just don't give you any free points. Like, you have to earn the point. If you notice the Japanese, when they're playing, they're having to hit like 3 and 4 unbelievably good shots, like with such precision and control.
And that can become not just physically fatiguing, but mentally fatiguing, can't it?
Yeah, I mean, you just think you've got to hit a bigger, better shot every single time.
And that's where the error can come.
Correct. Great ball.
One of the fascinating features of wheelchair tennis is the extent to which you have to give your back to your opponent, don't you, at some stage?
Yeah, you do. I mean, almost every time they're turning their back. And in that middle of that rally there, Reed actually got caught a little bit. He was actually so close that he had to backpedal, which was really, really hard to do. Oda got the next ball, and he did not go at Reed. He just sometimes doesn't take that opportunity to go to the person that's closest to him.
Oh, that's a beautiful serve, unplayable, and a really key consolidation of the opening break there for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, because they saved a break point in the process, and they find themselves 2-love to the good. And this could well be one of those matches where you've got to take the marginal moments that come along. Exciting young player Oda Tokito will serve. It's exquisite geometry once more, isn't it?
It is. It's him seeing the court so amazingly well and seeing where that opening is on the court, whether it's depth or whether that was depth and the width of the court.
5th consecutive Paralympic Games for the remarkable Gordon Reid. Yes, what a great bit of decision-making from Oda. That's a forehand and a half.
It is, and that's what he needs to keep doing, is when that person's up at the net and they get so close they can't do much, he needs to attack that person at the net.
Just an extra narrative arc in this whole process is that you've got Hewitt, who's going to meet Oda in the men's singles final, and Reid beat Miki in the 3rd round of that competition.
These players all know each other. They play on the tour together. They travel together. They're playing the Grand Slams together, so they know each other really, really well. But it will be interesting to see if there's a bit of a mental edge for the final tomorrow after this one.
2 points for the double break of serve. 1 point for the double break of serve.
It's a nice, that was a nice serve.
Some break points you get a chance to work with. Some break points you can't get anywhere near. That was one of them. Difficult shot that, right down the middle, with decent depth on it, and as a result, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid are a double break up. Miki and Order yet to get on the board. So here in this men's doubles gold medal match on court Philippe Chatrier, Roland-Garros Stadium at Paris 2024, it is Hewitt and Reid who are 3-love ahead.
Audio, description et commentaires en direct de Paris 2024 pour mieux comprendre ce qui se passe sur le terrain depuis les gradins. Téléchargez l'appli officielle Paris 2024 dès maintenant, connectez-vous avec votre compte et commencez à écouter.
If you're visually impaired or not familiar with the rules of wheelchair tennis, then Fridge has a solution for you. As of right now, Paris 2024's audio description and live commentary service is better to understand what's happening on the field of play from the stands. Download the official Paris 2024 app, ensure you are logged into your account, and start listening.
If you are just joining this contest between the British partnership of Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid and Miki Takia and Order Tokuto of Japan, it is 3-love to Hewitt and Reid, but it doesn't really feel like it. It's strange.
It doesn't. I mean, they've got the lead 3-0, pretty confident, but every point has been really long and tedious and not easy to win.
Tedious for them, joyous for us, but it's hard work, isn't it, to get anything in this match?
Well, you say that.
We've done it again.
You've done it again, exactly.
I really must desist.
You notice both lefties serving from the side, the Reiders as well. Oda serve from that side. And we said that there was no easy points won, and so far a double fault and a return error.
And that's why we love tennis, because it changes its direction and its dynamic every so often. It is best of 3, but the third set would be, if required, a match tiebreak, first to 10 points. Well, wasn't that nice? From right in front of the body.
Yeah, beautiful from Miki there, able to come in and see where he's got the openings. And it was just a nice, gentle, soft hands.
Key part of Miki's training regime is 6 kilometers a day, just to make sure that the coverage of his game remains strong.
Oda coming forwards, not doing a lot with that swing volley, and it was a swing volley. It's a big backhand, but good spin on it, but kind of threw off Reid there a little bit and gives him 2 break points.
Well, this is the chance for the Japanese pair to establish themselves in the match. And they've done so. And they deserve it. Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito have restored one of the breaks of serve.
And I love the way, again, Oda just went straight at the net person there. Went straight at Reed. Less time for him to react.
It's tempting, isn't it, when you play doubles tennis to try to avoid the player at the net, but actually what you're saying is key is often just go straight at them because they can't respond.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, if you want to go to the person closest to you. So if you're at the net, you want to go to the person that's at the net, 'cause it gives them less time to respond.
Yes, well, that is just delightful. Such a wise decision to make. He's such an intelligent player.
He is. He really is looking for the openings, and he's got not only can he read where he needs to go, but he's able to take this forehand last minute. He was set up to look like he was ripping it. Just change the grip last minute, inside out.
This is what great players do when they've been broken. They just raise their own game to make things difficult for their opponents to consolidate. Nothing one can do there, really.
No, that's just a, you can say good return, you can say lucky return. He'll take it. And really here as well, as Mickey's getting ready to serve, the movement of all the other players, especially the returners, just constantly getting their bodies moving, their hips moving, see them moving. They're like sharks out there, ready to attack. That was a great ball, though. Down to the feet, went a little bit lower, took some pace off and rolled it.
Yes, and he's thrilled about that one. The oldest player out there, Miki Takuya. It's just a lovely match, isn't it?
There's all players just using all sorts of different shots. We're seeing the variety of shots that can be played. And it's Oda that's got a little bit more diversity within the shots out of the Japanese to You see Oda with the topspin most of the time, but then it's Mickey that's willing to come forwards a little bit more and hit the drop shots.
Just such a decisive point again from the British pair, taking control and pressurising. We've got a chance to immediately restore that double break. Not quite.
Hewitt trying to push forward, take that ball not really, really early. Just caught it a tad bit late. Very good hold of serve that from the Japanese pair. They save a break point. So we've had opportunities to break serve that have been taken. We've had opportunities that have not been taken by both partnerships. And now, as a result of that, it's looking better for Miki and Oda. They find themselves trailing 3-2 and by just the one break of serve. Hinomaru being hoisted by the fans to give it its formal name, Nishoki, the flag of the sun. On the last changeover, we were saying that it didn't seem like it's 3-love, and it's been really close, and as you can see, 3-2 now. Oh, it was a great attempt there from Oda. But again, just the quality of the shorter ball. Yeah, again, it was a double, like it was just right off the bounce. It barely came up off the court. Incredible half volley, just as a half volley should be played. Hands out in front and just let the movement of your body or chair in this case do the work.
Fabulous court coverage. Did well to win that point.
They did. Oda was full on the push there, and with that backhand, he's lethal when he's on the, like, almost full push. He's unable to leash it, and he turns so quickly, too, to recover, to get back.
It's one of the most interesting features of the game to watch, isn't it, in wheelchair tennis, the quickness of the turn.
It is. It's like a recovery step, what we would do, but they have to do that. So it not only is helping them recover, but it's also giving them a little bit extra power.
The kineticism of the chair, the constant movement energy is crucial to power generation, isn't it?
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, once you're in motion, you know, you're going to stay in motion. It's very, very important to do that. A lot of times the players will be out of position if they stop the chair pushing. You know, interesting here, the Japanese team is definitely focusing more on Reed, hitting a few more balls to him.
Just 1 point away from going from 3-love down to 3 apiece. We had about 20 different points in one there.
You're like, okay, it's going to be over. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, my gosh, it's come back. And you almost mix up who's going where. That movement was just impeccable during that. Mickey, again, trying really hard with those drop shots and really forcing them on Reed, but Reed's had a couple great pushes up to them. And again, the communication from the British pair, very good.
That was hard work to wear Japan down from the baseline. And a really important stage of the match, this, having saved 2 break points, the British partnership with a game point.
And in that point there, Reed going for the shorter ball, but not necessarily looking for the winner or the drop shot. He's setting up the point for the next shot and the shot after to try and get the Japanese team out of position.
They have a very important hold of serve here, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid.
They had to fight for it. The Japanese team was not giving them anything there. Really such a game of cat and mouse, where they're going, where they're going to go first, and then trying to get someone out of position to find that opening that they desperately need to find. We're starting to see now some of the pressure being put on Reid during the points, and then also Miki as well. They're Hewitt and Oda getting a very few looks in each game and each rally.
4-2 in the gold medal match. Really difficult to take at that height, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the players in the chair take the ball slightly higher than we would anyway from a position of strike zones, but when that ball gets above the head, it's so difficult to control.
Wonderful power, the right angle, and it was low too.
Beautiful seeing that Miki was a little bit out of position, and that was the opening there.
Unfortunate, because it was a fabulous effort just to get something on that serve.
Yeah, let's just talk about Oda's serve from the ad side. The kick he gets out wide. Usually you see that from a right-handed player on that side in a slice, but you're seeing it from him, a lefty, and a kick serve.
Two great points. They've done really well to get to 30 all in this game. No, went long. Sometimes you just have to defend, don't you?
You do. It's they're getting that one more ball in play. But two unbelievably good swinging volleys from Oda. Again, just trying to go for a little bit too much on that last one.
Now a break point for Hewitt and Reid. Clever to find that gap, to see it and to exploit it.
It was only a small gap too, not much right through the center. That's the one I thought he was maybe going to go straight at Reid, but he found that center.
Skies have really cleared. A little warmer now, one imagines. On the subject of finding gaps through the center.
I was going to say, Hewitt, I think he's surprised too. He just pushed forwards and took a swing, and it worked.
Second break point. The first set is almost theirs. Hewitt and Reid with another break, and they lead 5-2 in the opener of this men's doubles gold medal match in wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024. And now the British partnership will serve for the first set. I hope you're enjoying it all so far. The men's doubles gold medal match in wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024. It is the greatest of occasions and the greatest of locations. And this is the chance now for the British partnership of Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid to secure the opening set.
They'll take that. 3 points.
Yes, maybe a slightly nervous feel to things. The sun could be playing its part, couldn't it, Joe?
It could be. I mean, usually they put the servers where it doesn't, but those shadows and shade and then the sun could be a little challenging.
It's just gone beyond 5:30 in the afternoon, Paris time. Court Philippe Chatrier, named after the great player and journalist who founded the Tennis de France magazine. The idea was clear, create the opportunity to move into the net. But it's 2 break points for Japan. Just keeps slightly changing direction, this match.
Wow, great ball from Reed there, getting it so low to the feet of Mickey.
13-14.
Virtually full, called Philippe Chatrier. And a second break point that needs to be saved here. If the British are to hold and to take the first set now. I tell you, they defend hard, don't they, the Japanese pair?
They do, they certainly do. But again, it's Reed with the unbelievable touch on the volleys. This pickup there was really, really tough. Sometimes at the net, you want to do something so good with the volleys, but a lot of times all you've got to do is take the pace and just block it back.
Fabulous from Hewitt on the forehand, and in the foreground now. Great Britain have set point.
He wants that one back. He'd love to have a third serve on that one.
It must be such a frustrating feeling when you've worked so hard to engineer that set point. Having saved 2 break points in double fault. Another break point for Japan.
You're talking about how hard it is to come back and then serve up that double fault. These guys have so much experience that they're very good at just putting it behind him. Then we saw that next serve of Gordon just totally mishit it, right? But you're not going to let that bother him too much. He's such a professional and has been at this so long that he knows that stuff happens.
And there we go.
I mean, he's just going to, they know mistakes come. They know they're going to make them. And it's really the champions and the really strong players who can just let it go and understand that, you know, they're going to make mistakes, and who can put it aside and come back and hit that type of volley after.
That's stunning. I mean, it's jaw-droppingly good.
It is. He knows that he's done that multiple times now, so now he's getting really confident with it. And Mickey has to be a little bit more alert to that and ready for it.
3 break points, now a second set point. We approach the 1 hour mark of the contest. And the British pair get the set 1 now. They just will not yield here, Japan.
They will not. An interesting formation at the start of that point from the Brits there. It was the serve and volley type thing, but it was Hewitt that was coming forwards. And that really just does try to put a lot of pressure on the receiver, because they know they're coming forward. They have to pick a spot here. But as you said, the Japanese will just not go away easily.
Must have been quite a tricky ball to take.
It is. Very hard ball coming in. You got the sun in your eyes too with that, and that swinging volley here. Very, very difficult shot.
So we've had 2 break points, 1 set point, 1 break point, 1 set point. This is another break point. This is an extraordinary game.
Almost. He almost got that too with a simple cross-court forehand. Saw in the middle of that point, Oda really trying to take control of the point with that forehand, came across.
One further set point. Their third. A remarkable game to conclude this remarkable set, and despite facing 4 break points in that game, the British partnership of Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid hold serve and get the first set secured.
Very solid first set from the British. Again, it didn't seem like a 6-2 first set. It was a lot closer than that, a few points here and there, and a scoreline could have been a lot closer or a lot different.
1 hour of play. Look at the number of break points the Japanese pair actually had. 1 out of 8 converted. Gives a sense of just how different this might have been. And one wonders if Miki Takuya and Oda Tokuto will be reflecting on opportunities that slightly passed them by. Such a high quality set of tennis, that. Delight for the British fans as we look back at how it was that this first set played itself out. Hewitt and Reid got to 3-love early on. It was clear from the start that stylistically the two partnerships were quite different. Some remarkable shot making from the word go. What was interesting was that the Japanese pair managed to get back to 3-2. Then, crucially, the British held from 15-40 at 3-2 to make it 4-2, and from there did not concede a single game. All of that meant that eventually, in a mammoth final game, they got the set won.
Second set. Nikki to serve.
We go into set number 2. Miki Takuya, the 35-year-old. He will serve. It's his 4th Paralympics. He was 4th in the doubles competition in Rio. Came back with intensity, didn't it?
Did. I think in this set, the Japanese still have to be a little bit more aggressive, try and look for some opportunities to finish the point a little bit earlier, flatten out some of their shots.
Sometimes in tennis matches, you get a slight lull from the team that's won the opening set. Problem is that players like Hewitt and Reid have built a career on not doing that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, they're way too experienced to let themselves go mentally a little bit and to relax. If anything, they're gonna be like cobra snakes and just throttle you a little bit more, suffocate you.
They could not want this one more. That's something that will be in the forefront of their minds, just as it's in the forefront of all of the British fans' minds, that Hewitt and Reid have lost this final at the last 2 Paralympic Games. They've got 3 break points early on. That point seemed to be over very quickly.
Yeah, Oda did a great job with his defense there, but again, the overheads are very hard in the chair. And when you learn to play tennis, you're always told to turn your shoulders, turn your feet on an overhead. So coming in a little bit more square, not easy, that overhead.
Just got enough angle on that shot to force a difficult volley.
But again, even being up 40-love now to 40-30, Japanese in every game making the Brits work for it.
Fabulous shot there from Hewitt. Forehand down the line, and the break of serve secured right at the beginning of set number 2. That will certainly increase the pressure on Miki and Oda.
Hewitt just playing with so much confidence. We've seen it all through the last 8 days with his singles and all the doubles, but that's when a player's full of confidence, when you just you spin, 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 and then you can move forwards and flatten it out just a little bit, take time away from your opponents. We talked about that at the beginning. We talked about what we thought was going to happen, and I said that that's what the Japanese team needed to do, to be a little bit more aggressive watching them play. They don't have as many winners. They're not able to win some of those free points. I think that's something that they may work on. Interesting that Reed is serving now again after struggling a little bit on the serve, but also changing ends, so interesting choice.
That's another outstanding shot from a player who's looking more and more imposing as the match goes on. So much better, he said. Path of the sun has changed a little now. Barely any of the court covered.
Again, Alfie's balls just have so much on them, so much speed, so much rotation, so much spin. It's just very difficult for Miki to do much with it. Oda's doing a better job with it, but he's not getting as many chances.
That may be the first love game of the contest. Are they starting, Hewitt and Reed, to produce their very finest work when it really matters?
I think that the Japanese team are getting, not frustrated, but a little bit frustrated, just wondering what they have to do to beat this team. And it's not going to be a strategic play. They're going to have to work on it in the off season. They're going to have to change some stuff. They're going to have to flatten out their shots a little bit, like we talked about. So it's just showing now that the strength of the British team.
6-3, 6-2 at the Australian Open, 6-1, 6-4 at the French, 6-4, 7-6 at Wimbledon. You sense, don't you, in Hewitt and Reid, a couple of gentlemen who are simply refusing to consider the possibility that they are not going to win this.
Yeah, they came out very, very confident, and especially in the second set, there's something about it where they're just playing with so much confidence and with so much arrogance of getting a gold, maybe.
Unshakable belief that this is their time and this is their final. So far, they're right. However, we should just remind ourselves that the great up-and-coming star of wheelchair tennis is in this match.
And remind ourselves, whatever we say goes the opposite sometimes too.
Obviously.
So.
Goodbye.
That's the ultimate tennis doubles classic, the chip and charge, which you don't see too much, but he chipped that return, came in, and yes, you're right, goodbye on that overhead.
Well, much as was the case in the first set, it's an opportunity here for the British pair to go 3-love up. Only a third of their second serve points won in this match, the Japanese pair. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I mean, it is almost infuriatingly good from Japan's perspective, isn't it?
It is, and on that, it's who's going to slice better, and I don't know whether I would ever want to take on Gordon Reid in a slice rally.
3-love. The music dies down, but the celebrations will begin very soon if it continues like this, because Hewitt and Reid are in full control. However, it was 3-love in the first set and became 3-2. problem for the Japanese pair is that Hewitt and Reid have now won 6 games in succession.
First time we've actually seen Reid, well, second time we've seen him miss that half volley, but came in, just got so low. And a slight opening here for the Japanese to get on the board in this second set.
It really is extraordinarily similar to the first. Extraordinary. Caught the very last lick of paint.
But that's what they have to do to win almost every point right now. They're having to hit the outside of the lines.
Now then, 3 break points. My goodness, Joe, that was a hard fought for point.
It was a great point, good quality, good fighting.
Still 2 chances remain for the team of Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito.
That time he just misses the paint. Oda having to multiple times in that rally come across from the right side over into the ad side to play his forehand.
They have the break of serve. Great shot and something for the Japanese players and fans to believe in.
And the 18-year-old trying to get the fans behind him.
I think they are, you know.
They are, I think they are.
Japanese fans chanting the name of their country in their native language, Nippon. No, stop it, honestly.
Beautiful shot, so far behind him from the middle of the court to be able to create that angle. Beautiful.
What technique. A little tension there, perhaps. From optimism to concern. Now, the Japanese did face a break point immediately after breaking in the first set to make it 3-1. They did hold on, though. Another brilliant decision and another strong piece of execution, this time from Hewitt at the net.
Again, seeing where that opening is, seeing the players are far back. It may have been better to let Miki get that one there. It's a little difficult angle for Oda. Not sure it would have made much difference.
Thrice a breakpoint opportunity then for the British pair. And there it is, a double fault, the second of the game, the fourth of the contest from the Japanese pair. And that really does enable Hewitt and Reid to feel a lot closer to victory. 2 further games required, that's all.
I'm still hearing so much communication from Hewitt and Reed after every shot. They're saying yours, mine, switch, stay. And that is why, communication is important in doubles anyway, but you're hearing it and it's so important. That's why they know exactly what they're doing.
They didn't win it, but they did make it very hard work.
They did, and that's where very hard when you're at the net there. Again, you saw Reed rolling backwards and the ball coming straight at him and still going backwards. Difficult when the ball's got to go forwards and you're going backwards.
That's just marvellous work. Good movement, good shot making, good all round.
Yeah, we've seen Hewitt do that a couple different times where he's in that forehand rally and then just being able to push, take it super early and comes up with the winner.
Now becomes an even greater opportunity for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. They are 1 point away from being one game away. That stunning control at that pace.
Yeah, and he knew he was going across to get that, and that angle was there for him to take. And now it's the Brits' turn and Hewitt's turn to get the crowd involved.
They must hold serve. Otherwise, it will be gold for Great Britain and gold at last for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid.
Thank you.
Reid has already got one as a singles player. Hewitt yet to be in the central position on the podium. And now they're trying to get themselves really G'd up. Miki in order. Splendid, 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 yet again at the net.
How many times has he done that now? 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And the rally that actually preceded that shot, the backhand from Hewitt and the forehands from Oda, very high quality. Just a glimpse of what we might see in the singles gold medal match.
They are only 2 points from the gold medal that they so desperately crave to make it a career golden slam. Can you imagine all 3 Grand Slam titles so far this year? Then this. It truly is sad that it has to end because it's been wonderful.
It has been.
Two gold medal points for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid of Great Britain in their 3rd Paralympics as a team, having won 2 consecutive silver medals. Hewitt and Reid are almost there.
He wanted that so badly, that forehand. He wanted to finish it with the forehand.
Denied no longer. Glorious and golden in the City of Light. Finally, it's theirs. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, Paralympic champions. And how they have waited.
What an amazing match they played, near perfection. And as you said, if we had the US Open this year, they would be going for a golden Grand Slam this year. But Korea, golden slam.
They'll meet again. There'll be many more of these, and they'll be as entertaining as all the others. But on this occasion, really domination from the British partnership. Silver in Rio, silver in Tokyo, gold in Paris. 6-2, 6-1. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid beat Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito. It was the one that was missing, wasn't it?
It was. And they made sure today there was no missing it today. They started out amazingly well. They played well throughout, made the Japanese team earn every single point in every single game, and they just could not keep up.
The Norwich City FC banner in there, just a reminder of Alfie Hewitt's heritage as a gentleman from Norfolk. There might be a Rangers scarf in here as well to honour Gordon Reid.
And recognising that it's a team that takes this, and everyone behind the team, from the family and friends to the athletic trainers to the coaches, all the hours that everyone puts in, and they're just very grateful, I know, for all of their teams.
And a moment to acknowledge as well the partnership of Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito, the silver medalists. This young man who's only 18 with the 35-year-old to partner him. It's an all too familiar feeling, isn't it, for Miki and Oda to come off second best in a meeting with Hewitt and Reid. But I mean, they play such wonderful tennis.
They do, and you know, when you're at the top like this and you're playing, and you've got to go back to the drawing board. You've got to look at what works, what doesn't work. And as I said at the beginning, really the winners were really a big difference in being able to flatten out some shots, the drop shots, and just having that ability, which I didn't see the Japanese do, and it's not something that's going to be easy to come by because it's a style of play.
And how wonderful it is for Alfie Hewitt in the place where he won his first Grand Slam. He takes his first Paralympic gold medal. He said that Roland-Garros feels like home, even more so now. On the famous red clay, they are golden. And the reality is, there wasn't ever a moment where they looked like they were going to lose that match.
No, not in any way. They were in total control right from the get-go.
They knew they would have to play their very finest tennis in order to beat Miki and Oda, and they did.
Hewitt is playing with so much confidence at this point in time. I mean, singles, doubles, everything. And these two, they just, the balance of two of them, Hewitt able to come in and be a little bit more aggressive and heavy racket speed. Reid's good spin, great touch. It's just a great balancing act for each other.
It is for Miki Takuya at his fourth Paralympics, a first ever medal. That's an incredible accomplishment for that young man in his debut Paralympics. He'll probably now be thinking, come on, can we just do the singles final right now? Can I get out there and have another go at gold?
I don't know. I don't know whether he wants to play Hewitt right at this point in time. He needs him to have one more sleep to see if he can. Maybe he thinks he's going to go party tonight. I don't know. And maybe.
Here's the moment where it all came true. And how fitting it was, a shot of such elegance that concluded the contest. Right that it was a winner, not an error. It's one of the great partnerships in all sport. Now it has Paralympic gold attached to it.
You can dance around, you can shout, you can scream. But if you want a piece of memorabilia here in Paris, we ask that you make some noise.
I think there might be a bit of clamouring to get one of these, Joe.
I was going to say, this is a very important ball that's going out. 6 of them, I think, or maybe 3. Maybe just 3, maybe 6. But yeah, 6. I'd be screaming my head off right now. I want one, I want one.
And they have decided to agree with you, the crowd on Philippe Chatrier.
And if I'm a player, I'm wanting to hit the roof. That's just what I want to do. I'm just going to hit it as hard as I can.
They're playing with the crowd here completely.
And so they should.
As you said before, Joe, the easiest shots to hit, these ones, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. There's no out. You can just slam it as hard as you want, hit it as high as you want.
And that's what it means to have a tennis ball from a Paralympic champion in your grasp. That one goes on the mantelpiece. The final rankings in the men's doubles competition. Gold for Hewitt and Reid.
That's why they need the tip bar as well, right there. Forget the serves, it's a celebration that we need the tip bar for.
Yes, if you want in visual form what the emotion at last looks like, that was it.
That is it. Song says one more time. They did it one more time, and this time got the gold.
And this is how.
Saw the amazing touch of Reid.
Just put so much pressure, didn't they, on the Japanese pair as the match went on. Stronger and stronger, more emphatic. Hewitt producing his absolute finest. And the great veteran Reid demonstrating such sound judgment. Angle after angle, point after point, until eventually there was only one more point left to win. And who else but the world #1 ranked player to do it?
7 marks, Hewitt Reid. 2 sets to love, 6-2, 6-1.
Absolutely wonderful emotions, a wonderful outcome for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, and the victory ceremony will be along very shortly.
vous accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
The victory ceremony for the men's doubles competition in wheelchair tennis at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. The setting is Philippe Chatrier Court at Roland-Garros Stadium, and we were absolutely treated to a phenomenal competition. It was a joy to watch, and it's a privilege to see these great medalists taking their place on the Paralympic podium.
The medals will be presented by
The introduction of the presentation party.
President of the International Paralympic Committee. Accompanied by
Monsieur David Haggerty, président de la Fédération internationale de tennis.
President, International Tennis Federation.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Espagne.
Bronze medalist representing Spain, Daniel Kamiji and Martin de la Puente.
A hugely special moment for these gentlemen making their way onto a Paralympic podium. Daniel Kamiji and Martin de la Puente. Great performance from the Spaniards.
One of the most difficult matches to come back to after losing in a semis and coming back and playing in a match, but a great moment for them as they receive the bronze.
The first time they are on a Paralympic podium. Dani Kamiji and Martin de la Puente from Spain, the bronze medalists at Paris 2024.
Médaillé d'argent représentant le Japon.
Silver medalists representing Japan, Takuya Miki and Tokito Oda.
A superb effort from Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito of Japan. They should be so proud of this accomplishment, so proud to have contested such a high-quality final. A youngster, a veteran, a fine team.
And we'll see much more of Oda and hopefully Miki as well. You said a veteran and a youngster, but it's a hard moment for them. They just got off the court, obviously losing that match, but they need to be very proud of that silver medal.
It's been such a fantastic games in wheelchair tennis for the Japanese team, and this is yet more success for them. The silver medalists Miki Takuya and Oda Tokito of Japan.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Great Britain, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed.
Where to even begin? To sum it all up, so much won, so many victories, so many titles, but one thing was missing for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed of Great Britain: the gold medal at the Paralympic Games, and that has made them unique.
Because they are the first team to win a career golden Grand Slam. So they've won all the 4 Grand Slams and now the gold medal. And the smile on their faces when they heard themselves introduced as the gold medalists.
They will have nothing but sympathy for Miki and Oda, because they know that feeling of being the silver medalist on 2 consecutive occasions, no less. This time it's different. This time it's gold. This time it's theirs. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the Paralympic champions. And we will now have the national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
And there they are, the medalists in the men's doubles competition in wheelchair tennis at Paris 2024. Unbridled joy, chuckles of disbelief, the realization that you have just taken your place in history. Absolutely fantastic competition, wasn't it, this men's doubles?
It was fantastic. I mean, the way to end the final is such high quality, and the scoreline didn't really reflect the play. And what an evening it is for Alfie and Gordon.
At Paris 2024, it is victory for the British partnership of Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. As the T-shirt says, you've got this. Well, they have got it now, the gold medal. Paris 2024, Roland-Garros, Court Philippe Chatrier, and memories to last a lifetime. Well, you've heard of a rude awakening. That's a Reid awakening. I love that there's some copies there as well of the Helensburgh Advertiser. It's theirs at last. Hewitt and Reid, the Paralympic champions. the conclusion of the penultimate day of wheelchair tennis competition at the Paralympic Games of Paris 2024 and the end of the men's doubles event. It ends in victory for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid of Great Britain. A fantastic triumph for them. At last they are the Paralympic champions. It's been a great pleasure having your company, and we'll leave you with scenes of celebration.
De votre présence. Merci aussi à tous nos officiels pour leur participation à la compétition.